if you could even call it culture,
and learn.
White culture, if you could even call it culture, is based in racism. It was a narrative created by colonizers, like my Portuguese ancestors, in order to justify what they were doing to other people on the continent of Africa and even here in North America. And the narrative was that we white people were better than all other races. And they did so through Christianity. They took the Bible and different scripture verses, twisted it around in order to fit the narrative of colonialism and white supremacy, and also the patriarchy. And the patriarchy is white man in power. White supremacy is white man in power. Colonialism is white man in power. And Christianity, for the most part nowadays, is white man in power. There are historical references and proof where the Catholic Church actually said to enslave an African was to save their soul. The kidnapped and enslaved Africans that were here in North America were preached different scripture verses than were actually in the Bible. And that's why they weren't allowed to read. Because if they white culture, if you could even call it culture, is based in racism. It was a narrative created by colonizers, like my Portuguese ancestors, in order to justify what they were doing to other people on the continent of Africa and even here in North America. And the narrative was that we white people were better than all other races. And they did so through Christianity. They took the Bible and different scripture verses, twisted it around in order to fit the narrative of colonialism and white supremacy, and also the patriarchy. And the patriarchy is white man in power. White supremacy is white man in power. Colonialism is white man in power. And Christianity, for the most part nowadays, is white man in power. There are historical references and proof where the Catholic Church actually said to enslave an African was to save their soul. The kidnapped and enslaved Africans that were here in North America were preached different scripture verses than were actually in the Bible. And that's why they weren't allowed to read. Because if they could read, then they could see that these scripture verses were incorrect and they couldn't be controlled anymore by this white God. And white people, we didn't identify as white until colonialism. We identified as Portuguese, or Latvian, or German, or Italian, or French. But then colonialism came around, and then all of a sudden we became white and we were superior because we were the chosen race by God, and the scripture verses proved it. And we had to go into other people's lands and preach the gospel when really it was all a ruse. It was all an excuse to go in and rape and pillage the land and the people and the cultures. So when I say that white culture is based in racism, it's based in racism. Christianity was the Trojan horse of white supremacy and colonialism. And Western Christianity, as we know today, is still based within superiority. All Christians think that they're better than everybody else. I grew up in it. I'm very familiar with the culture. And it's part of the problem. There's a reason why most of Trump's supporters are Christians. It's because they don't even realize that the conditioning of colonialism and Christianity and the patriarchy is so deeply embedded within them and their identity that they don't even see the truth. Christianity is based in superiority, in white superiority, in white culture, which is all based in racism.
You know, and
Chukwu okike abịama, Chukwu na-afụ n'ife afụ na nzuzo, Chukwu maara onye aka ya dị ọcha na onye obi ya dị ọcha. Nwoke si na ya ji ọfọ, nwaanyị si na ya ji ọfọ, mana ọfọ maara onye ji ya. Ụkpaka na-agba n'odo mmiri ọ chụrụ ọzụọ. Gaa n'ogwe omechi ụzọ osi mpịara na-azụ ụmụ igiriga ọgụ nke mmụọ. Ọ gịnị ka m ga-etu gị ka o zuolo gị? Asị m n'oge akara aka eluo ịbụ mmụọ ka mmụọ, ibe ka ibe. Chukwu okike onye obiọma sị m unu binye n'oge akara aka eluo. Mmụọ niile m na-ejere ozi asị m unu binye n'oge akara aka eluo. oke mmụọ oke mmụọ oke mmụọ oke mmụọ oke mmụọ oke mmụọ mmụọ niile na-ejere ozi asị m unu binye elu tetenụ n'ụra tetenụ n'ụra tetenụ n'ụra tetenụ n'ụra asị m n'ọnwa unu nwoke bụ nwa eze Chukwu bụ ụzọ mba aka ji ọfọ Igbo ọzọ eme nte eme ime ọ sị m nọ ya nọ n'etiti unu taa ọsọ unu binye elu n'oge akara aka eluo mmụọ na nna anyị ochie asị m gị binye mmụọ na-afụ na ife afụ na nzuzo asị m gị binye oke ọfọ ji eje ọgụ asị m unu binye ọfọ ndị Igbo niile asị m gị binye ọfọ ndị mmiri asị m gị binye ọfọ ndị ikuku asị m gị binye eze nwaanyị osimiri asị m gị binye eze nwaanyị na-ebe asị m gị binye eze nwaanyị idodi ikwu na-eme asị m gị binye eze nwaanyị amambara asị m gị binye eze nwaanyị osimiri nji aba asị m gị binye eze nwaanyị ala Igbo niile asị m gị binye eze nwaanyị ọgba asị m gị binye eze nwaanyị anike wawa asị m gị binye oke arụsị na n'ike ojuru nwaanyị aga anị asị m gị binye n'oge akara aka eluo igirigi ọgụ mmụọ asị m na gboo dike mbọsị ihe ike mere ọ ga-achọkwa nwa dike asị m dododo unu binye unu bịa tara ọjị na chijiri eji efola asị m unu binye unu bịa tara ọjị na chijiri eji efola nna nna anyị ochie mmụọ niile nwụrụ anwụ ka anyị dị ndụ mmụọ niile nwụrụ anwụ ka ụmụ Igbo dị ndụ mmụọ niile nwụrụ anwụ ka Maazị Nnamdi Kanu dị ndụ mmụọ niile nwụrụ anwụ ka ụmụ Biafra dị ndụ asị m unu binye n'oge akara aka eluo asị m na gboo dike mbọsị ihe ike mere ọ ga-achọ nwa dike ọ sị na mberede nyiri dike na mberede ka o ji ama nwa dike ọ ya ka m ji akpọ unu n'isi ọhamadike bụ Maazị Nnamdi Kanu ya ọ bụ Maazị Nnamdi Kanu otu mkpụrụ anya ji isi ụgwọ otu ọnụ na-ekwuchitere mba niile ụkpaka na-agba n'odo mmiri na-agba n'oge nke ya asị m unu binye n'isi ya nye ogologo ndụ na-arụ isi ike napụta ya na eke napụta ya n'orie napụta ya na afọ napụta ya na nkwọ asị m na ahịa akara aka anaghị eri nwa ngwụrọ na ahịa akara aka agaghị eri Maazị Nnamdi Kanu asị m unu ga-anapụta Nnamdi Kanu na eke napụta ya n'orie napụta ya na afọ napụta ya na nkwọ asị m mee ka ọnụ niile kwụrụ njọ n'isi atụgharịa kwụ mma ka ọnụ kọrọ ogiri ọnụ kọrọ ogiri lacha Chukwu okike abịa ma onye jiri mmiri siri ike kpọọ aja were aja siri ike kpọọ mmadụ asị m na taata bụ ụbọchị eke n'ala Igbo asị m na eke ga-eketara Nnamdi Kanu ndụ eke ga-eketara ya nwere onwe oke ga-eketara ya ndụ oke ga-eketara ya Biafra oke ga-eketara ya nwere onwe oke ga-ekegburu ya ndị iro kegburu ya ajọ mmadụ na ajọ mmụọ asị m na mbọsọ ga-apụta ekwensu ga-anọ n'ụra ndị ilo ya ga-anọ n'ụra ọkwa na ekwe osu asị m gịnị bụ ekwe osu asị m na mbọsọ ga-apụta ya bụ ndị ilo ga-anọ n'ụra ọha bụ ndị ọha nwa bụ ekwensu asị m na ha ncha ga-anọ n'ụra na Nnamdi Kanu ga-apụta n'ike na ebube Nnamdi Kanu ga-apụta n'ike na ebube asị m na ọnụ kwụrụ njọ n'isi ya ga-atụgharịkwọ mma asị m ọbịa igbu Nnamdi Kanu gbuo onwe ya onye si na Nnamdi Kanu agaghị adị ndụ onye a ga-eji anazere mmiri onye si na Nnamdi Kanu agaghị apụta onye a ga-eji anazere mmiri ọnụ niile kọrọ ogiri ọnụ ga-akọrọ ogiri lacha osisi abụla oturu ga-emeche wee kwele onye asị na Nnamdi Kanu ga-apụta asị m na ọnụ ahụ iji wee kwuo ya na ike ejikwa ya wee kwugharịa mma n'isi ya asị m na ebe onye ahụ na-atụ Maazị Nnamdi Kanu aga asị m aka gị ga-akpọnwụ osisi ahụ fọrọ Nnamdi Kanu wee tọọ nkwe asị m ikuku futuo gị anya ọbụla fọrọ Nnamdi Kanu kwawa akwa alịla asị m alịla akọrọ ya n'anya onye fọrọ Nnamdi Kanu cheta ihe gburu nwa ya ihe gburu nwa ya gbuo ya maka na ọ bụrụ ya gburu nwa gị Chukwu okike abịa ma asị m na mberede nyiri dike mberede ka o ji amanwa dike asị m na okirikiri ka a na-agba ukwu ose ọ dadị ukwu ose elu na okirikiri ka ndị iro ga-agba Nnamdi Kanu mana ha ama mkpata ya aka ọ sị na nkirikiri ka ọ na-ekiri odido jiri odido enyi ozu na ọkwado nkirikiri ka ndị iro ga na-ekiri ya mana ha ama mfụ ya anya asị m na-eje anaba isi ije asị na Nnamdi Kanu ga-eje na ọ ga-ana asị m na inye anaghị eri ọba maka na inye na ọba bụ nwanne inye agaghị eri Nnamdi Kanu maka na ọ bụ nwa iyi asị na Nnamdi Kanu ga-adị ka echi echi anaghị agwụ agwụ maka na ije ejere bụ ije mmiri ọ bụrụ eje nkụ asị na ya bụ ije ga-abụ ije mmeri asị m na ọ ga-anata n'udo asị m na ọ ga-abata sirili welere asị m na unu ga-aga kpọnatara anyị Nnamdi Kanu asị m unu ga-akpọnatara anyị Nnamdi Kanu ga-akpọnatara anyị Nnamdi Kanu ga-tụnye ugo ga-nye ya mmeri ga-nye ya mmeri ga-nye ya mmeri tụnye ugo n'elu ugo nye ike n'elu ike nye ya ndụ n'elu ndụ ọkwanụ ndụ ka o ji efu na-efufe unu nye Nnamdi Kanu ndụ onwe ike wee kwụrụ jinjin onwe ike wee kwụrụ wee fuo n'ofufe a sị na ya kara ka anaghị eri nwa ngwụrọ ihe mere ha ji jide Nnamdi Kanu bụ ka nwee ike wee megide ndị Igbo ka nwee ike megide ụmụ Biafra ka nwee ike wee kwuchi anyị ọnụ ka ha nwee ike wee kachi anyị ọnụ ka anyị ghara ikwu okwu ọzọ mana ama m na dodo Chukwu okike abịa ma ndị nwa na ndị nwe mmiri ndị nwe ikuku ndị nwe anyanwụ mmụọ nna anyị ochie mmụọ niile nwụrụ anwụ ka anyị dị ndụ mmụọ niile ọ kwafọrọ ọbara ha n'ike maka ihi Biafra asị m unu binyenu asị m unu dodo na ọkwa na unu bụ ihe nwe ike a ọkwa na unu ga-eji ọgụ mmụọ a ọkwa na unu ga-aga bụori ahịa ọkwa na unu ga-aga napụta ya maka na ihe ọ tinyere unu n'aka anaghị ele ule asị m dodo igirigi ọgụ mmụọ eze nwaanyị niile nọ n'ala Igbo mmụọ niile nọ n'ala Igbo asị m unu binye maka na onwe onye nọ n'ụwa na-anaghị aṅụ mmiri onwe onye nọ n'ụwa na-anaghị eri nnu nnu bụ ihe ụtọ si na mmiri wee pụta onye ọbụla na-eri ihe na-eri ihe dị na mmiri onye na-asa arụ ji mmiri asa arụ onye ọbụla na-eme ihe ọbụla ọ na-eme ji mmiri eme ya asị m ihe ọbụla mmadụ na-eme n'ụwa mmiri ọ na-ebube ụzọ asị m onye ọbụla kpọrọ mmiri asị na mmiri a ga-agbagbu ya asị m onye ọbụla fụrụ mmiri n'anya ga-afụ Nnamdi Kanu n'anya onye ọbụla fụrụ mmiri n'anya ga-afụ Nnamdi Kanu n'anya onye ọbụla mmiri na-awụsa n'arụ ga-afụ Nnamdi Kanu n'anya onye ọbụla mmiri na-emesa n'arụ ga-afụ Nnamdi Kanu n'anya onye na-aṅụ mmiri na-eri nnu asị m na ọnụ anyị ji wee rie nnu wee ṅụọ mmiri na ị ga-eji akwa okwu ọma n'isi Nnamdi Kanu n'aha Chukwu okike abịa ama
ise Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and good night, great Biafrans and lovers of freedom. This is Radio Biafra HAUSA-SERVICE coming to you through the auspices of Radio Biafra London. My name remains Mazi Chinedu Jonathan from Olu province of Biafra land, and we are here live and direct. Today is the 7th day of October 2023. I welcome each and every one of you to welcome your friends and well-wishers onto this hallowed platform. Today is Saturday, a day dedicated to religious discussions on this platform. Therefore, we must continue to preach this gospel of emancipation. It doesn't matter whatever happens. Listen, the Nigeria government, the caliphate, believes that they can break us by the continuous detention, illegal detention of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, and they don't understand how prepared we are. I am telling you, we are here, we go nowhere. For your information, we go nowhere. Excuse me. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu said that we are going to wear them down. Do you know what it means to wear something down? Friction. I hope many of you understand friction. It's a gradual process. But you never understand that it might be negligible, but he's doing it. Friction. We continue wearing them until we wear them down. They are trying different strategies in order to undo us. But little did they know that this breed of Biafrans we have today, it is a breed as have been reiterated by Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, our supreme leader. A breed never seen before. These are the reincarnation of the Ekumeku warriors. Ndibu reincarnated in us, for your information. Because according to our cosmology, our traditional cosmology, we believe in reincarnation. And we have come. We go nowhere. Our leader went on hearing, Supreme Court hearing, I think day before yesterday on the 5th. And the argument has been done. Now they postponed it, adjourned it to the 15th of December. How many months? 3 months interval. It doesn't matter. We are in a marathon race, in a freedom fight. You understand? So, I don't ever solicit to people that are saying, oh, no, hey, you feel, no, we are, we are down, please. Sometimes I ask people, whether people understand what we are in, freedom fighting, the reality in freedom fighting. People don't understand this. That is why many come in different ways, thinking that it is a way of showcasing themselves, or content creation, or making friends, or contacts, or making money. They come with speed. With the same speed, they vanish. They don't understand what it means to fight for liberation. It is a matter of life and death. What you think that is a joke, it is, what are these people doing? It is a matter of life and death. Something that once we have our freedom, it is irreversible. Do you understand what it means? It's irreversible. But many of our people don't know. They don't understand what they are engaging. That's why some of them that have ulterior motives, they come in, garbage in, they garbage out. Once they come with that ulterior motive, other than liberation, genuine liberation, they will be there targeting what they want to achieve. If they didn't see it, they garbage out immediately. They go their way. With the same speed, they garbage out. But we are here. We go nowhere. We are completely here. It doesn't matter what it takes. We must achieve our goal. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is there, suffering not because of the sins or crimes he has ever committed, no, but because he rose up to challenge the status quo. He dare enter, run into where others even fear to dream about. Only dreaming, they fear about it. But Mazi Nnamdi Kanu said, no, enough of this. Somebody have to do it. And he volunteered himself. That is the only reason why he is renditioned from Kenya down to Nigeria, a British citizen holding British passport. No, but today, Britain, who is an expert in lecturing about the rule of law, respect to human rights, they are mute. They are powerless. They are only rendering, according to them, a consular help or consular aid. No more, no diplomatic aid. Because they are the people that planned to rendition him. But they were waiting for him, not to be renditioned in European soil, in British soil, neither in European soil. Because it's a garden. They build a garden where they respect the rule of law. It doesn't matter. He castigates them in their own soil. They say, anyway, we are in a garden where there is rule of law. We cannot do it here. But just let us wait. Let him step into the jungle of Africa. Now we will give go-ahead order. You can deal with him, no problem. And that is what really will happen. He was renditioned from Kenya down to a third country, Nigeria, which is an international offense. But Britain is behind it. So we are in a world where exploitation is allowed. After all, the Europeans exploited Africa and continue exploiting. They enslaved Africa. Africans carried the people like farm animals, in the most horrendous situation. Down to Europe and Americas. Throw millions of people in Atlantic Ocean. slaughtered others, killed others, tortured millions. And at the end, they gave us a savior. They brought religion and gave us a savior. That, oh, they are doing all these things for us to be saved. We kill you to save you. And they applaud it. And today, our people, the black race, is defending this. The indefensible. Oh, Chineke Kwenai Hojo. It is high time. It is high time we rise up and start asking questions. That is why today I am going to talk about, it's just going to be more of interactive session. Religion and our struggle for freedom. I will allow people to talk on what they believe, on what they think about discussing religion in this struggle. So I will open the lines as quick as possible, because sometimes you listen to people also. That is what we do here. People killed us, humiliated us, carted our people away, continued exploiting us, and brought a savior to us. And today we are defending them on their part, on their side. Do you see how the world is? People embrace their killers. That is why I used to say, referring to us, Biafrans or Igbo people, as people that we are peacemakers, so we don't want a problem. We know the value of life. The world doesn't respect those that respect life. Do you understand me? Human being they bow to brutality, for your information. And that is it. That is it. Today the Fulani, they are on the rampage. Have you seen where they catch a Fulani headsmen that slaughtered our people? Many times you see them, even on social media. One time, I think it was in Warri, they caught one of the killers, Fulani killers. I think last year. I saw it on social media. Even I played it here, I believe so. I think it was in Warri or part of Delta State, where they were treating him fine. Look at this. Oh, he's a Fulani boy. What is your? What be your name? A talk. You are from where? From Sokoto. This is others have run away, enter bush. They killed this person. They are the people that kidnap and kill people in this our land. And the boy say yes. They were being helped by. Where do you get gun? From the Nigerian military. From Oga in the Nigerian military. It's okay. Do we touch you? No. Do we beat you? No. The boy said no. We are good citizens, so we are going to humbly hand you over to the police to take care. Do you see, viewers? Are you watching that we are law-abiding citizens? We don't touch him. We don't. Do you think that they are doing this nicety because they want to do it? They are doing it because they know that they are brutal. So human beings cow on brutality. They respect brutality. For your information. That is why I continue saying Africa does not need this, their so-called useless European imposed version of democracy which they brought in our land to impose in our land in Africa. The only purpose is to control neo-colonialism, to continue controlling the government in power. You understand me? That is the only thing. Democracy, the rule of law, that is rubbish. That is nonsense. It is neo-colonialism in action. They made you believe that, you are democratic, but they impose your political rulers on you, on Africans. Secretly. Have you forgotten the intelligent officer, high-ranking military intelligent official that we used to play his voice on Radio Biafra? I have talked about him for several times. He said that they convinced CIA in order to approve Buhari to be the president of Nigeria. And they agreed. They said, okay, he can do it. Now they brought him. But we were shouting, oh, my PVC, let us elect him. That is a European democracy which they impose on you, on African, on us. Do you understand? It is a form of brutality. He who has a brain will understand. Now we reason critically. The critical thinking. What Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu did something maybe he might not understand even the enormity of what he did in the lives of people. Making people to start researching, asking questions. Remember there is one man that he said this, I think Pastor Ginle. He rightly said so. He said, look, dialogue now with this man. Dialogue, this man come like a puppy, harmless puppy. That he saw people behind him, jackals, very dangerous animals. People don't understand what, the man made a very good analysis on what is following Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. People that are more dangerous than him are behind. They don't know. They don't know we are watching. They don't know. But mentally, people that can go to extraordinary lengths in order to research, even they research it. In order to understand what really, where it come from, why to understand. That is what Mazi Nnamdi Kanu has caused. That is what he has done. You understand me? A horde of millions of jackals, millions of dangerous animals, species that can now stand up and ask questions without fear or favor. Let it continue. We are at the beginning time. The beginning. We are at the genesis. You understand? Of this awakening. So when I see some people that are laughing, this thing, you people, you want to change everything. You cannot do it. I laugh. They don't understand the wind that is blowing. They don't understand it. A time will come, it will become more dangerous to everybody. It will affect everybody. You see these ideological changes, ideological wind that is blowing. Before God and man, it will affect everybody. It have started, Not going back. You can never stop it. No person can stop it. It's blowing. Not only in Biafra land, not only in Nigeria, in the wider Africa, in the whole world, it's blowing. Do you understand? So, it is for you to key in. You better key in now. That's it. I don't know. I will, as I was saying, they thought that playing ping pong with the case of our leader will discourage us. They don't know that is radicalizing. I don't know. I will, as I was saying, they thought that playing ping pong with the case of our leader will discourage us. They don't know that is radicalizing. I don't know. I will, as I was saying, they thought that playing ping pong with the case of our leader will discourage us. They don't know that is radicalizing. I don't know. I will, as I was saying, they thought that playing ping pong with the case of our leader will discourage us. They don't know that is radicalizing. I don't know. I will, as I was saying, they thought that playing ping pong with the case of our leader will discourage us. They don't know that is radicalizing. I don't know. I will, as I was saying, they thought that playing ping pong with the case of our leader will discourage us. They don't know that is radicalizing. I don't know. I will, as I was saying, they thought that playing ping pong with the case of our leader will discourage us. They don't know that is radicalizing. I don't know. I will, as I was saying, they thought that doing playing ping pong with the case of our leader will discourage us. They don't know that is radicalizing. I don't know. I will, as I was saying, they thought that doing playing ping pong with the case of our leader will discourage us. They don't know that is radicalizing. I don't know. I will, as I was saying, they thought that doing playing ping pong with the case of our leader will discourage us. They don't know that is radicalizing. I don't know. I will, as I was saying, they thought that doing playing ping pong with the case of our leader will discourage us. They don't know that is radicalizing. I don't know. I will, as I was saying, they thought that doing playing ping pong with the case of our leader will discourage us. They don't know that is radicalizing. I don't know. I will, as I was saying, they thought that doing playing ping pong with the case of our leader will discourage us. They don't know that is radicalizing. I don't know. I will, as I was saying, they thought that doing playing ping pong with the case of our leader will discourage us. They don't know that is radicalizing. I don't know. I will, as I was saying, they thought that doing playing ping pong with the case of our leader will discourage us. They don't know that is radicalizing. I don't know. I will, as I was saying, they thought that doing playing ping pong with the case of our leader will discourage us. They don't know that is radicalizing. I don't know. I will, as I was saying, they thought that doing playing ping pong with the case of our leader will discourage us. They don't know that is radicalizing. I don't know. I will, as I was saying, they thought that doing playing ping pong with the case of our leader will discourage us. They don't know that is radicalizing. I don't know. I will, as I was saying, they thought that doing playing ping pong with the case of our leader will discourage us. They don't know that is radicalizing. I don't know. I will, as I was saying, they thought that doing playing ping pong with the case of our leader will discourage us. They don't know that is radicalizing. I don't know. I will, as I was saying, they thought that doing playing ping pong with the case of our leader will discourage us. They don't know that is radicalizing. I don't know. I will, as I was saying, they thought that doing playing ping pong with the case of our leader will discourage us. They don't know that is radicalizing. I don't know. I will, as I was saying, they thought that doing playing ping pong with the case of our leader will discourage us. They don't know that is radicalizing. I don't know. I will, as I was saying, they thought that doing playing ping pong with the case of our leader will discourage us. They don't know that is radicalizing. I don't know. I will, as I was saying, they thought that doing playing ping pong with the case of our leader will discourage us. They don't know that is radicalizing. I don't know. I will, as I was saying, they thought that playing ping pong with the case of our leader will discourage us. They don't know that is radicalizing. I don't know. I will, as I was saying, they thought that playing ping pong with the case of our leader will discourage us. They don't know that is radicalizing. I don't know. I will, as I was saying, they thought that playing ping pong with the case of our leader will discourage us. They don't know that is radicalizing. I don't know. I will, as I was saying, they thought that playing ping pong with the case of our leader will discourage us. They don't know that is radicalizing. I don't know. I will, as I was saying, they thought that playing ping pong with the case of our leader will discourage us. They don't know that is radicalizing. I don't know. I will, as I was saying, they thought that playing ping pong with the case of our leader will discourage us. They don't know that is radicalizing. I don't know. I will, as I was saying, they thought that playing ping pong with the case of our leader will discourage us. They don't know that is radicalizing. I don't know. I will, as I was saying, they thought that playing ping pong with the case of our leader will discourage us. They don't know that is radicalizing. I don't know. I will, as I was saying, they thought that playing ping pong with the case of our leader will discourage us. They don't know that is radicalizing. I don't know. I will, as I was saying, they thought that playing ping pong with the case of our leader will discourage us. They don't know that is radicalizing. I don't know. I will, as I was saying, they thought that playing ping pong with the case of our leader will discourage us. They don't know that is radicalizing. I don't know. I will, as I was saying, they thought that playing ping pong with the case of our leader will discourage us. They don't know that is radicalizing. That playing ping pong with the case of our leader will discourage us. They don't know that is radicalizing.
Land that we are going to discuss. And I would like you all to tag so-called Igbo governors. It's very, very important we tag Ohaneze Ndi Igbo. At the same time, we have to tag also the Pandef. Because there are some things that is going on today that we don't even understand what our representatives are doing today. Because there's something about them. Tomorrow they will come out and begin to tell you, we don't know when they started this. You know, when they were balkanizing our land, dividing us and ruling us, all this Ohaneze Ndi Igbo, they were there when they were putting our land in Benue. They were there when when they were balkanizing our land, dividing us and ruling us. All this Ohaneze Ndi Igbo, they were there when they were putting our land in Benue. They were there when they were.
It's bigger than you. If you're standing on the road, blocking people who want to come in, and you're dragging me slow. But what you don't know, brother, it's a matter of time. Truth to prevail on the agenda. To make me cry and to make me complain. Oh my sister, No matter how you try, truth to prevail on your agenda. To make me cry and to make me complain. Whatever you do, no matter what you say, karma is free, now do you know? Every time I put my life at stake, can't believe that you raise your own. In battlefield, I cover.
Welcome back. This is Radio Biafra HAUSA-SERVICE coming to you through Radio Biafra London. Sorry for the technical glitch. It's one of those things, but we will never be debarred, stopped from doing what we are doing. It's impossible. Therefore, we must continue. As I was saying, the thought that by continuous rigmaroling and detaining our leader illegally, albeit, that they are going to, weaken our resolve, not knowing that they are radicalizing us more and more. Do you understand? They are giving us more weapon, more power, more mental toughness in order to continue. That is why I don't even want to entertain any day our leader goes to court, or that shroud called court out thing, because Mazi Nnamdi Kanu has been released by the Nigerian Appeal Court. Every other thing they are doing to me is a shroud. I'm telling you. I don't want to entertain any IPOB family member that is coming to tell me, oh no, now wow, the thing weakened me, the decision. I was thinking that they are going to release him today, but don't even talk that near me. Because we are not here for sentiment. Do you understand me? We must continue. It doesn't matter what happens. We must continue until we get to Biafra. That is the bottom line. You need to have this at the back of your head. So stop this sentiment. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu started something that is even more bigger than him. He initiated something that is very huge, more than him. You understand? And we are millions of us that are more radical than even what he think. It doesn't matter whatever happens. They must release him. It's a MUST. It's a must. It's a must. That is it. Therefore, I think I wanted to enter into some news headline, but there is no need, because the technical hitch has taken my time, and I will go straight to the topic of the submission, which I say it will be interactive, more or less, or more of interaction, because it is a statement and a question about the struggle, religion, and our struggle for freedom. It is something we are going to discuss. I'm going to open the lines so that people will speak in. Therefore, some people have been giving suggestions right from the early days of our Mazi, our leaders' broadcasts, daily broadcasts, morning, night. Some people saw it as opined to him that no, religion is going to divide us, so don't talk about it. That thing that now just let us restore Biafra. Now, when Biafra comes, now we talk about religion. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu tell them, look, what is the restoration of Biafra? There's no way you can separate Biafra with religion. It's impossible. You cannot do it. We are spiritual people. But they came now and gave us fake. They took our soul and gave us fake, and which we call religion today. We become religious, but we are spiritual people. There is no way you can remove a religion from Biafra restoration. It's impossible. It's intertwined. Do you understand me? Therefore, I am going to also, as I used to say it, please, for your information, if the lines are open, I encourage you, because this is what makes us brothers. This is what makes us matured intellectual. Okay, let me call matured. It's maturity. When we can sit down and talk with each other, notwithstanding our differences on how we view things in our own ways. We sit down and watch ourselves watch ourselves face to face and talk in a civilized way. I used to stress it. There is one thing, I shared it even on my platform, Facebook. A discussion like this, a debate like this, with one of our brothers. He has been, one thing is this, revolutionists, they always invite people for discussion. Come and argue, come and debate. That is one thing I noticed. Do you notice when Mazi Nnamdi Kanu started this struggle? Since the first day, he have been advising or demanding for debate. Please, anybody come and convince me, or Professor Wolo Soyinka, or the highest professor you have, come and convince me that I should stop what I'm doing. Let us have a debate, civilized debate, 101. Direct, not edited. No, it will be on air, direct. Call me anywhere on channels, television, direct. Debate me, give me, convince me to stop what I'm doing. But everybody ran away. Revolutionists, that is how they behave, and that is why we call debates. People that love the status quo. Program the people they hate this debate because they have nothing to debate. They are made to believe. You understand me? I want people to start understanding the situation we are in. After all, it is what we pass through. They make you not to debate. Debating is evil. It is a crime. Believe what you believe. I believe what I believe. No, we have passed that stage. It's not more like that. We want to discuss. We're not fighting. You understand? We want to get over that program because you have nothing to debate. No reason. If you come only start a child, no, it will bring division. It will bring division. And you are the person that is praying for that division. We are not bringing division. We are one people. When we tell ourselves the truth, is it division? Is it not the same mantra used by the caliphate? When a call for Biafra is a call for war. No, they try to stifle it using false narrative. No, it's bringing. No, it's call for war. We don't want to fight anything. Have you forgotten now? It's now they have stopped it because we consistently, continued. In order to preach the gospel, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu continued, telling them that this is not the cause. Come and debate me. It's not a call for war. Today, we have defeated them. You understand? That Biafra restoration is not a call for war because that time they changed the narrative. The same way they are trying to do in this religious discussion. They have no argument. What they you are bringing division in this struggle. No, you are deviating. Now, how? Come and tell me how. I want people to come. Be courageous. Don't hide into that like the caliphate, like the clip I played. The woman said it. He said all this is a white superiority complex. I don't want to talk to you because I'm better than. How are you going to convince me? Anything you want to talk, I have taken my part. So that is superiority complex. That is, you are better. The way you are going is better. So how can I discuss? Me being pastor, revered child of God, revered believer, I will come and bring myself down to debate or to start talking. What am I debating? That is superiority complex. The same thing the colonizers are doing. Exactly the same thing. The same thing the Fulani are doing. No, don't talk about Biafra. They drag it to their own sector. It's a war you are causing. You want to cause war. Now, tell me, what is the difference between those that are saying, no, don't talk about it. You are bringing division. Quick, tell me, call me. If the line open, I'm not going to chop you, please. Call and tell me, tell the whole, not only me, tell the whole listeners how what we are preaching, historical facts about what they program us to believe. Now we are when we are digging, now we start seeing big debts. We now see that we are in a dust bin. How digging out all those things, talking about it now, you said no, we are bringing division. The same way They accuse Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Call for Biafra restoration is a call for war. No. Yeah, we are bringing war. That is colonization mentality, superiority complex. Oh, you are superior. Why should I start asking questions? After all, that we are programmed to be where we are. Why is a slave now trying to revolt by asking questions? That is the mentality these people have. Do you understand me? That is why they cannot take phone and call. Instead, go to comment section now. You see them commenting nonsense. Pick phone now boldly. No person is talk. They shame. Do you know why they are ashamed? They have nothing reasonable to talk. It's only that thing in them they believe, that program. That is the only thing they will rant and nothing more. You understand me? It is psychological. When somebody have no debate, there are some things, when you go a loser, for example, if we are playing football, for example, now our team, maybe they are giving us pondo, 5 pondo. I'm giving an analogy. I could remember when we used to play. Now we that are losing, we don't want to even finish the match. We want any slightest thing to cause problems so that I will lose everything. Say that no, Victor, that whole match, as children, no, the whole match is cancelled because we are losing. But those that are winning, anything you do, they keep quiet. They take it because they want the time to reach 90 minutes and the referee will blow. And now they claim their victory. But losers always want interruption. They will come to make noise, make a wahala. If you fall to them now, everything will be scattered with fighting and debating and hollering, quarreling. Do you see why we don't want this discussion? Do you see it? Because it brings problem. No, I will listen to you. Anything you want, I will listen. Now, after you listen to me, that is how it is. So that you don't use a quarrel and scatter it to say, hey, this is division now. You see it? They don't understand what Mazi Nnamdi Kanu rose. They don't understand what he has risen in us. They don't understand. The spirit of our ancestors are now surfacing everywhere. I am telling you. Through they are incarnated because we are our ancestors are us. Enough of this program. They have programmed us from year to year, the same thing. Just like a program. And the book of this say, and you ask, after all these quotations and this and that, what do we gain as a people? You look at us, we are going from bad to worse every day. I saw a video somebody sent to me on WhatsApp. Very tragic video. Tanker jam some cars and kill people. Many of you must have seen that video. Very horrible. It is a horrible sight. I am telling you honestly. Very horrible sight. Now that tanker is leaking. Just 1 second. Now, as I was saying, that tanker, the accident involving tanker, you see people, dead body, flown on the road. Some are there, injured, they are alive, but some break hand, raising head for help, blood gushing out. People that are dead bodies were thrown everywhere on the road. It's a gory sight, I am telling you. And I see Nigerians. This is a video. People don't care about dead bodies and the people that we are dying that needs help. No ambulance, no police, no control. people were living, they left dead bodies and people that were dying, injured people that are there, visibly there. Some things fall upon them. They need to be taken out, drawn out. Nigerians left them. And everybody was rushing to fetch petrol, fuel. And the thing shocked me. I am telling you. I was in a shock. I say, has it gotten to this? Now, I said dead body and dying body, injured ones, everywhere. People that are that need help. The whole people, tens, if not hundreds of people are running, they are going with a gallon to fetch leaking petrol from the tanker. And I said, no, this is another thing altogether. We are no more human beings. I am telling you, Nigeria is no more a place for humans. We calling it is a zoo. Is not. You know, we are just insulting the zoo. Animals, we are insulting them. I started reasoning around me, inside me. I said, now, what is the need of all this religion, religious fanaticism? That at least gives morality. Those people that are running helter skelter, many of them, you see people that are coming from far. The person videoing it took time. Start videoing both that are people are running from. You think they are coming to help? No, they come. Even somebody tried to raise his hand with a broken leg. Tries to solicit help. No person cared. They are running to the tanker, which is around there, in order to fetch petrol, which means life completely in Nigeria, life does not matter. You know, I used to say this, that it is not about the politicians only, because these politicians, they emanate from the people. It is, show me your political elites or your leaders or your rulers, and I will tell you the type of people you are. Life means nothing, complete nothing in Nigeria. And all these videos are being watched by foreigners. And you think that if you are in foreign land, if they maltreat you, you start claiming, you think they are not watching. They tell you that even you're supposed to be happy for them. In your country, they treat you worst, like a wild beast. If they show you that video, what will you talk? That your country, they don't even regard life as anything, human life. They prefer to take fuel more than life. You understand? But these are the people that Friday they will go prayers. If they are Muslims, the Christians Sunday they will go and become holy wage. Come and preach to you how their own is superior, how they are superior than you. And you start looking for the result of all these things as it is manifesting in our society. And what you are seeing is evil, and evil. Now you start asking questions. What then is the need of all this religiosity? What is the need? It's of no use. Everybody is a criminal in Nigeria. I say from the last man to the president. After all, look at Chinedu. He's a jailbird in United States. They run away, he was deported, and he sneaked in with another name. That is just the simple thing. We know all these things. You travel with another passport, change name. It's many people listening to me, we do it. We did it. It's not something new. When you have a president that is a criminal, now what are you talking? Somebody was analyzing that the forgery of Chinedu is not a voluntary forgery. It's a sarcastic forgery. It's a careless forgery. I laugh. I say, I don't. That's why when you say you are an intellectual, a Nigerian intellectual, if you have a rotten egg, throw on that person, spit on that person. You have so-called intellectuals in Nigeria. Their job is to defend the criminals. As politicians, that is their job. They'll just give you a small thing, or you come on television, or you defend the type of forgery. Now, forgery is a crime. You start saying, no, it is a sarcastic forgery, careless forgery. It is, you say, no. This shouldn't be a country. A president, number one man, is caught in forgery. Now, but tomorrow, now they are the custodians of the rule of law. Number one citizen. Show me your friend, I will show you who you are. I will tell you who you are. After all, Buhari came without no certificate, elementary 6. He forged his own. It becomes tomorrow another person will come with maybe somebody from India will come and become a president. He give another different name, and he will hire son to defend that he is the president of. He is the winner. He is the president of Nigeria. He will hire hundreds senior advocate of Nigeria, so-called intellectuals, to defend him, because that is a precedent that has been set. You understand, by the system. People mock about it. During Buhari time, where is your certificate now? A higher senior advocate of Nigeria. And those they hired, we are happy that at least they are taking part of their cake, national cake. They collect money and defend the indefensible. You don't know that it will continue affecting Nigeria. Now, Tinubu has come with his own. No person knows he's a classmate. We are in his secondary school. It doesn't exist. It started existing when he say he graduated. The school never even opened. They never build that school, and the people are taking all these things light. And you wonder why Nigeria is being regarded as criminals anywhere in the world you present the green passport. Nigeria, you don't know that the world is watching. Yeah, then how? So a criminal. I think one journalist, freelance journalist, or Galloway, he said it. That Tinubu is a criminal, complete criminal. And one Yoruba tribal bigot, as usual, Nigerian bigots, tribal bigots, they took their madness to international freelance media personnel. I've played this the other day, calling them and saying, no, what you are, we are Yoruba. Tinubu is Yoruba. What you are saying will endanger. Is it because he's a Yoruba, he will attack us? This and that. The man say, I don't even know which tribe the man Yoruba is. He's a Muslim. I don't even know. I don't want to know. And being a Yoruba and Muslim is the only two good qualities of Tinubu. Only. But he's talking to Tinubu. He has his record. He's a criminal. In the US, he's a criminal. He's a drug lord. He's a complete criminal. He is surprised that he become a president of a country. To the largest population population of Africa. The largest country, or largest highest populated country in Africa, being ruled by a criminal. No classmates, no nothing. Now they will arrange all these things. And somebody will come out and say, don't worry, Tinubu was my classmate, this and that was good. The same thing when Mazi Nnamdi Kanu was firing the imposter, Jibril al-Sudani. He said, come out and expose your face. They put him inside. He cannot come out to talk. He said, come out and speak Fufude. No way. He's of late now. When they have coached him, everything, after some years now, he started braving, coming out. Now, all these things we are pointing out, they are listening. They will go and arrange a school, arrange some people, the boys association in secondary school. They will say, these are my classmates. It will come in due time. All are arranged. But now, ask him, where are your classmates? No person. Nigeria is a joke. Nigerians are jokers, honestly. And that's what some people want to bring into the struggle. It can never happen. We must continue asking questions. We must continue open the eyes of our people, of ourselves, to reality. Therefore, as I said, religion and our struggle for freedom. That is the topic of my submission or of our discussions today, because I will open the lines so that people will talk. The word, W-O-R-D, the word religion, remember, is a modern concept. Do you understand me? Is a totally modern concept. That word religion. Before 17th century, there was nothing like religion. That word religion doesn't exist. They use, people's culture and tradition. That is only what they know. Oh, a Jew, they call it a Jew because your culture is Judaism, not religion, nothing like religion. Until the era of exploration by the European, they started going out, seeing other cultures and languages that is non-European. Now they have to divide, remove themselves, exclude themselves by bringing in this word religion. The word religion is a modern concept. The concept was invented recently in the English language and is found in texts only from the 17th century due to events such as the splitting of Christendom during the Protestant Reformation and globalization in the age of exploration, which involved contact with numerous foreign cultures with non-European languages. Some argue that regardless of its definition, it is not appropriate to apply the term religion to non-Western cultures. Do you see? Why some followers of various faiths rebuke using the word to describe their own belief system. Therefore, what you refer to as religion today was simply known as people's culture and tradition. That is people's way of life. Imagine that you come to our land, we are practicing European culture. We relegate our culture as demonic, as evil. Now start practicing, remove the word religion. Now we are practicing European culture, foreigners' culture. Do you see? Just what I want to people to, my explanation, I like to explain so that ordinary person can understand it. Imagine relegating your culture, now practicing other people's culture, and now relegating your culture as evil. Culture they born you with. You eat ofe egusi, but you say your culture is evil. As I was saying, the idea what we are doing in order to spur debate, to activate intellectual debate. The Europeans did it during the European Revolution, European awakening, era of awakening. They started debates for superior arguments to reign. That is the only thing. We are human beings. This world is for us humans to put it in a place that we want to our taste. You understand me? It is not Tibo Sobo. We argue, we debate in order to learn. You understand? That is why, as I said before, I shared the debates of one brother, which I just found of recent. People will be popping up. His Facebook name, I don't know, is Mazi. Let me say it. The debate they have with the Reverend Father, because if I have been throwing out debate, any person come and debate me. Now that Reverend Father in Germany also say, okay, I'm willing. I love what they did. It is not acronym. It is not a hatred or something. No. Very lively, friendly, brotherly. You bring out your point, the other person bring out your point. Now, those listening are the judge. You understand? But there is something I saw in some people, which is mischievous. They don't want, they either they tie themselves or they have tied themselves, or they were tied. Wall of ignorance enveloping them. They don't want any reason to penetrate. Anything, talk from now, reason, wisdom, knowledge, anything. They say no, they block their mind. That thing, no. That thing they born me into is that thing I believe. And I say, no person is trying to change your belief, but we are trying to make you see reason. We are, this world now is a world of knowledge. It is better to know than to believe. Africans, our ancient African spirituality is based on knowledge. Do you understand me? Not a belief. No. They brought belief to us. And through this belief now we become powerless. We continue have like there is this brother that called last Saturday saying that the religion brought hope. That is one thing religion brought. And he is right, but there is one word he failed to put there. Fake hope. Religion brought fake hope. They make you continue dreaming until you die. That you wake up one morning and see skyscrapers everywhere being built by angels, by God. Miracle everywhere. That is fake hope. You understand? That is one thing religion brought. They brought belief, faith. You understand? But most of it is fake. Instead of knowledge, seeking for knowledge. Because that is what ancient Africans, ancient African they call Akabulon or Ethiopia. Or the Aksum, sorry. I forgot the word, it just ran away from my head. The empire, the Kremite Empire. You understand? Nubia. What they brought to the world before was spirituality. Doing something, trying to discover who you are. Your inner self. Doing this, aligning it to the world, world cosmology. And something, this and that will happen. Knowledge. Today they are opening a curriculum in England, United Kingdom, of magic. Do you know that? Why you are running away from, he's a witch. They are opening a curriculum, I think a master's degree in some schools now, to study magic. Do you see wise people? That thing you are running away, you run away, is evil. They want to study it in order, tomorrow they will bring it out for you, sell it to you, you buy with plenty money. But it's something you are demonizing. Let us have knowledge, please. Knowledge is power, honestly speaking. Knowledge is power. Knowledge is power. So let me come back to what I was saying. Remember, I'm talking about religion and our struggle for freedom. Now, religion shapes humans. Yes. Religion could shape humans. It shapes humans and could shape humans. That's it. It will make you start behaving in a way. Some people are of the opinion that we should leave religious discussions, but our leader Mazi Nnamdi Kanu has always maintained, or had always maintained, that we must inculcate religious discussions in this struggle for freedom. He made it clear. Because he said, we don't want to restore a country, a nation of idiots, like in the zoo. Superstition. When you touch here to make a constitution, they say, no, it's against my belly, I beg. Before you know, it will enter into another thing. Up evil. This is because we are spiritual people, transformed into religious people, which has transformed us into what we are not. The religion they brought, they transform us into what we are not. I am telling you. The religion transformed us into weaklings, sheeps. Don't you reason why among the whole animals, they call you sheep? Atono. And you gladly accept it as a slave. Don't you reason? Sheep is the most idiotic of all animals. Sheep, not even goat. Sheep. So that you don't, anything that your sheep will be there. They will take the offspring of the sheep. The fellowship. He will be watching there. No channel. They will slaughter the sheep in his presence. He will be there watching. He know that next is him. He will be there watching. Not going anywhere. After slaughtering his brother, he's in his turn. He will go with pleasure. And that's it. That is, of all the animals, they give you the lowest of the low, that you are the sheep. Don't you sometimes feel embarrassed even with the religion? Don't you sometimes? Because the people that wrote it, the Freemason white supremacists that wrote it, they put many things in it so that you continue behaving like that. You understand? That's why they slaughter Christians everywhere, and with pleasure they accept. But no, this generation say no. We are all human beings that should have the same opportunity, the same rights, created equal. Do you understand me? Mazi Nnamdi Kanu has always maintained that we must inculcate religious discussions in this our struggle for freedom. This is because we as spiritual people transformed into religious people, which has transformed us into what we are not. Religion has made us to start losing some of our qualities and nomenclature as a people. That is true. Now, religion is one way. Religion in one way or another glorifies, cherishes, and or supports slavery. Do we then overlook or ignore these facts in order not to hurt someone's sentiment? Is it not there? When you go to, the Jewish Tanakh is there. It supports slavery in one way or the other. You go there, it's there. Do you understand me? In Judaism, it's there in their Torah. Okay. Now you go to Islam, it's there. Even there is an account that is a historical fact that Prophet Muhammad has slaves. Do you understand me? It's there. Now you go to Christian Bible. It's something is here. Oh, slaves, obey your masters. I played you a clip, and I'll play you another clip. I played you a clip that they just use it as they just use Christianity, the Europeans use it as a superiority colonization tool in order to come to Africa and do anything. It gave them the audacity to kill unbelievers. Do you understand that? Let me play this clip, please, before I continue. Let me play it. It's on my wall, my Facebook wall. Let me play it before I continue, because I will not take time. Yeah, today's discussion should be interaction, and I welcome opposing the people that come and give reason why we should not discuss religion in this our agitation, in this struggle. Please, now I want you to listen. Please listen attentively.
Of slavery was that black Africans who were taken to America as slaves. Now, an American preacher has claimed that benefits of slavery were that black Africans who were taken to America as slaves found the gospel and they are indeed in heaven.
I'm sure there's a lot of Africans that were brought over into slavery, which wasn't right, but they got the gospel when they got here. And you know what? I bet you there's a lot of Africans that if they hadn't have been brought over, not saying it was right, don't misunderstand, not justifying the slavery in the situation, but God, I still believe, used it. And now I'm sure there's a lot of Africans that got the gospel and they're in heaven right now.
This is a preacher publicly preaching to even blacks are there. That you know, they use slavery, transatlantic slavery, come and take Africans and give them gospel. Now those slaves, they are in heaven right now. You understand? They got the gospel. And this is, let me tell you, this man is bold enough to say it publicly. Many black Africans, many Nigerians, many Ndibo is of the same mentality. You ask them, they'll tell you, nah, if not, they give us a civilization. I was watching a comment of some people on some places. They say, one person right, he said, without white people, can you be wearing clothes? Hey! And see, Iberibe warrior. Really, lack of knowledge is destruction. It's destructive. I'm telling you. You see, knowledge is power. Ignorance is the highest killer. Ignorance will make you embrace your killer. Now, these people that are of this school of thought, very wrong. I ask a simple question, which means without once you get acquainted or you accept European religion, you start wearing clothes. What of Japanese? What of Chinese that didn't accept it? Why are they wearing clothes? You know, sometimes I weep on people's ignorance. Instead, I say, human being understands only bow to brutality. You know, what they unleash on Africans, both physical brutality and mental brutality. Do you know that all this going every time, pumping us with, they brutalize us mentally to the extent we start suffering Stockholm syndrome, embracing our killers. Every day, people go to church, go to Sunday school, go to Monday school, go to midweek service, they are the same thing, from the same book, from your babyhood to adulthood. Do you think it's easy to unlearn it? Do you think it's easy to unlearn what they put in us? It needs special grace, I am telling you, to start questioning and really start questioning issues. These people, they brutalize us both physically and mentally. And today we have cowed down and start supporting them, supporting their brutality, supporting King Leopold II. The highest brutality one single person can inflict on a group of a nation. Do you know what it means? But we applaud them now. Oh, they show us civilization. Does it mean these people, they came to our land? We are, before that, we were progressing. We were living life in our own. We don't even know what is lack. Our ancestors, before the advent of white man, never know what is called meant to lack, or we don't know. It is them that brought all this economy, study of lack. You understand me? That is etymology. We were living on wealth, you know, complete wealth. Now these people came, impoverished us, turned us against each other. Now bought us like farm animals. And now they say they did us they even helped us. That's why France is billing openly the whole French-speaking countries in Africa, billing them for colonizing them. They still bill them. They are paying direct. They are not. It's not. That's why every president, every African francophone president in sub-Saharan Africa, I'm not talking of North Africa. They are not among, because after all, they are white. They treat them equal. You understand? But anyone from Black Africa, before you become so-called democratically elected president, they will bring their old agreement. You must sign it. The continuation or pact for the continuation of colonization. You understand? You must be paying their bill for colonizing you, for enslaving you. You are paying it. The same way they impose the same bills on Haiti that keeps Haiti a desolate country till today. After, I think, 1915, 1936, 1915 to 1936, yes, America went and squandered the rest of Haiti. That is what Haiti is suffering today. So they impose all these colonial debts, for colonizing us, for enslaving us. Now they still made us to pay. Do you see why I say that human being bow to brutality? And when you see Europeans, they don't have any heart, no sentiment. You are seeing them as these people are they are good people. Their government, when it comes to business of the people, they don't have any sentiment. They don't care clearing, erasing a race, a nation from the face of the earth in order to get what they want. They are brutal, highly brutal. So what this man is saying, that look, they did us well. Europeans did us well by enslaving us. After all, they give us gospel and they accepted it. Now they are in heaven after being butchered. They buying people, taking people as objects. A mother now after burning a child, after maybe winning 3-4 years, they will remove that child from her forever and sell the child, sell him to another person where they will never see again forever. People that committed this type of crime, they are coming back to tell us that it's okay, that even they gave us the gospel, that is a way to give us the gospel. So they love us to kill us. And now we are in heaven. And we also have people in Africa that accept this. They give us civilization. What type of useless civilization? I ask. Does Japan not have civilization? Did they accept a European religion? The answer is no. The answer is no. But why then do they have civilization? But you, as a dummy, they program you to believe that, look, without the Europeans, it's just like them saying without the European we have no history. That's it. But Ethiopia proved them wrong. Ethiopia maintained their language because they were never colonized. That is why they were able to maintain their way of writing, Amharic writing, not English alphabet or French or European or Roman alphabet. Their own alphabet right from antiquity, right from the ancestors to today, to prove that they have been writing before the Europeans came. The same thing to us we have in CBD. People don't understand it is a civilization. These Europeans came and blocked and destroyed everything concerning us, so that we become null and void. They clean us up. The ones they have to take, they still loot everything. So that we wake up, we don't see anything around, or we embrace who we saw as the white man. Say, you are our savior, but they are our killers. It's a pity when you see a black man, a Biafra, an Igbo person, opening his mouth, vomiting this type of thing. That they give us civilization, as if before the white man came, that we are not civilized, or we are not doing our own thing, our own business. I was shocked. The Reverend Father saying that, look, one of the benefits of Christianity, they stopped us from killing our twins. Hey, Chineke kwena ihe ọjọọ. I chuckled. I'm saying, no, we are finished. If a PhD holder, PhD, doctor of philosophy in his field, will be talking like this. Now, what do you want the ordinary person to be talking? What? You don't know that the Europeans were cannibals? You don't know that? They cannibalized each other. Even in recently 1945, Germans they want to obliterate other races. But it's not bad. They are Christians, are they not? No, it's not bad. It's not bad. Their own killing is holy killing. Their own killing is holy killing. France tested the nuclear weapon in many places, even in the Pacific, in the Americas, Atlantic, in their colonies, in the place of indigenous people, in the Sahara Desert, Algerian Desert, that was annihilated many villages. They know it. This happened in the 50s, yesterday. I'm not talking about what transpired before. When the Visigoths were cannibals. Germans, you are talking today, you are seeing. The Witizens. They are cannibals eating each other. And you are telling me about we killing our... Let me tell you, there is no perfect tradition. Everything, there is no perfect tradition. What matters is change the way you inculcate good and reduce the bad aspect of your tradition. And that is what we have to engage. Because when we talk about going back to our root, people go say start doing okay. You are on your own. This is not our tradition. It is not what we are saying. You are still using the foreign religion in order to bring it now, calling it our our traditional religion. No. You are using what you are being brought up with. Scamming. Going to look for money. In our tradition, there is no miracle money. Right from beginning I've been saying this. We don't have anything miracle wealth. No. Oh, make medicine for me in order to have wealth. No. We don't have it. You understand me? What we do, we come out, we go for, that is what you call prayer. Go your farm, go your work. We engage in all these things in order to make wealth. Do you understand me? Not praying every time you need a job. You stay indoors and do fasting and prayer for 7 days. You don't go anywhere. You want a miracle job. We don't have it in our even in our lexicon. We don't have it. So let me continue. This man is openly justifying European slavery of Africa because they preach gospel to the slaves, and now they are in heaven. Die now and go to heaven. No. Do you see how they deceive? The worst part of it is that they nail everything. Good life you have to live, that you must die first. I don't know whether people understand the idea, the wisdom they put. This is interior wisdom. In anything, don't you do good life, you have blessed is the poor. It is very hard for a camel to pass through needle eye than a rich man to enter the kingdom of God. Now you have to suffer here. For you to enjoy, you have to die. Now when you die, you are gone, aren't you? Even if you reincarnate, you cannot catch up again. You reincarnate again, you cannot catch up. But you have died. Are you seeing it? That is where they put this abracadabra. They do it, this job they set in us. They in everything die. Now those people that should die in order to go to heaven, they are not dying. They don't want to die. They are flying private jets. They are flying private jets. But the world is coming to an end, though. Do you see the lies and controversies and all? But the worst is the people I blame is the population. They are progressing because of your gullibility and nothing more. If you start asking questions, they will dry up. That is why they don't want, many of them don't want you to ask questions. They don't want you to listen to gospels that sound gospels that makes you steer your brain to ask questions. All those churches, all those criminals, they will tell you don't even go there. Don't ever listen to them. Don't listen to Mazi Jonathan. Don't listen to Radio Biafra. They will deceive you. They will put you to hell because they know they want to continue tying you. You know that? Direct. So that I may have seen Nnamdi and maybe business. So don't listen to them. They will use one book, quote this and that, quote, confuse you. Don't listen to them. So that they continue controlling you. You understand me? That is what they call division. Divide and rule. That's why if you allow any of all these God of men or men of God to enter your family, you are gone. Their mission, once they enter, they divide the husband against the wife against in-law against son. They divide everybody. And they will be gaining. They'll be in control of the family. Small thing, the wife will go and tell Daddy Gio. Small thing, the husband will, the Daddy Gio will be the control of everybody. Manipulating everybody. Hell, can't we learn? Is a question. Let me continue. Please continue listening. Continue. Let me start afresh so that I will not interrupt.
The benefits of slavery. Now, an American preacher has claimed that benefits of slavery were that black Africans who were taken to America as slaves found the gospel and they are indeed in heaven.
I'm sure there's a lot of Africans that were brought over into slavery, which wasn't right, but they got the gospel when they got here. And you know what? I bet you there's a lot of Africans that if they hadn't have been brought over, not saying it was right, don't misunderstand, not justifying the slavery in the situation.
Well, you are.
But God, I still believe, used it. And now I'm sure there's a lot of Africans that got the gospel and they're in heaven right now because they got the gospel. You know, what would be better for them to have?
He also continues to say that Africans that remained in Africa free were indeed disadvantaged because they will be in hell.
You know, what would be better for them to have lived their entire life in Africa free, doing their voodoo or whatever, and then dying and going to hell, right?
Do you see the superiority complex? He said, what would have happened if these people were not taken as slaves, killed, slaughtered? They are left in Africa doing their voodoo. Look at how he's caricaturing our spirituality. Do you know what is voodoo? It's a fun language of Togo and Benin, I think. Yes. It simply means spirit. You know, but you magnify it. Once they demonize something, it starts sounding really demonic. But voodoo is a language, is a word in a language. It means spirit. Finish. Just like when you say, hey, the way people look at it as because it is a statement, a mantra that has been demonized, recreated and demonized so that it will be sounding demonic in your ears. Once you say, hey, automatically they take you as a bad person, as somebody that should not be neared. And this is what brainwashing has done to us. That's why this man is caricaturing our spirituality. Voodoo, maybe you don't even know. Voodoo is simply spirit. The way you can call, Holy Ghost, Holy Spirit, very sexy and good, sounding good, using English. But when you call it in African language, it becomes evil. More. Hey, no, more. But thank you, all these things are changing in our life. In our land today, it's changing. Look at how this man is openly caricaturing us. You are doing voodoo, you are dying and going to hell. Don't you know that is superiority complex? But when we talk about bring about their own religion, they start complaining. But they will be on air, on television, caricaturing our way of life, our spirituality. And everybody will be clapping. It is good to hear. You are doing voodoo and dying and going to hell. As if he is the distributor of hell and heaven. When Mazi Jonathan and others will be talking about the evil they brought to us, people will start shouting, no, now they will remember, no, you are don't force people to believe what you believe. Just go your own. But this is what they repeat every day in the church. They caricature that, oh, your problem, oh, there's one man, one river in your house. Is the because of your problem is evil. Your ancestors, your great grandfather is this, is evil. They caricature all this every day. It doesn't make any, they are okay with it. When we expose the evil they brought to us, they start attacking. They start saying that we are forcing people. We are bringing confusion. Do you see the superiority complex? Do you see we go back to the same thing, the same status quo I mentioned before about how the caliphate behaves. The call for Biafra is call for war because they don't want to hear it. You know they don't. So we must continue on the status quo. If anytime talk about Biafra, no, it's a call for war. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, this one you call Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is calling for war. Calling for a referendum is not for a war, but they voluntarily misinterpreted it in order to suit their narrative. That is what these people are doing today. When we talk, they say no. Does it mean that are you forcing me to be to become a man like you? How am I forcing you? What I'm preaching here, is it a force? I am exposing things, historical facts. How is it a force, for goodness sake? But you in your church every day, you are praying against ancestral spirits. You are okay, but you are. What is your surname, Okafo? You don't reject Okafo. Where do you come from? Oh, I come from Mbise. Oh, but you don't reject. Say no. I come from the stars. Because you have to, when you reject your ancestors, you must reject everything. You must not eat a goosey soup. Any day you eat it, you will die. Why are you eating them? Why are you eating ofo nubu? Invented by our ancestors. And maybe every December or August, you go home, you go back to where you come from. Now, so lobby. But you don't want your ancestors. Why not go to Panya and stay there and say, you remove your name, answer anything you want, you remove anything our ancestors, stop eating a goosey soup before Nasa or Samwoginafo. It is a high time for us to have sense by force. I get one sense. He reject our ancestors, reject them completely, not partly. You found it very amusing. Talking against our ancestors in your churches, praying against them every day in your churches, in your gatherings. But when we expose the evil brought to us by this religion, you say, no, we are forcing you. Why? No, don't talk about it. It's a call for war. You are calling for, that is superiority complex. You are not different from this man that is talking. He's a white man. I'm watching it in the video. Don't you see that? I am talking about religion and fight for freedom. I want, when the lines are open, you pick your phone and call and give your view. So continue listening. This man is caricaturing our spirituality, our way of life. That, oh, we are dying and going to heaven, going to hell. If had it been the slaves, that we should even thank them for enslaving us, killing us, buying us with money. Because they sent us to heaven. But when you make yourself a shit, that's why Trump calls shit hole. You don't vex, because they have cajoled us, minimized us to the extent now they can talk as they want. I don't blame them, because even black Africans, they even talk worse against their own ancestors, against their own way of life, which we call religion now. So why wouldn't a foreigner make a mockery of us? Continue.
Or what
free were in the disadvantage because they will be in hell.
You know, what would be better? For them to have lived their entire life in Africa free, doing their voodoo or whatever, and then dying and going to hell, right? Or what happened? And then they go to heaven. They get the opportunity. Now again, it doesn't justify it. The ends do not justify the means, but this is how God works. This is what God does in the Bible.
Not only is this completely and utterly offensive, but the audacity of someone to misuse religion in this way. First of all, the reason black people are religious is because they were already religious before Europeans arrived in Africa. Now you go to any place in Africa and you will find people already had their religions, and actually the Bible, a lot of the Bible is modeled on African languages. Now, here's the thing. When we talk about slavery, and he carries on to lecture the black people in his audience that they have nothing to complain about.
And we have black people in here. I don't think any of you guys were ever slaves. I was never a slave. It's like, white privilege. You were never a slave. You were never living during the time, unless you're very...
See what this man, this is conditioning people's mentally. There is one, I think it's an American. He said, we produce ideologies. So when you talk about ideologies, he said we are the author of ideology. So spare me that. That man know what he said. This is what this man is doing. He is conditioning the mindset of people. Oh, he is talking to black people in that audience. That you are not slaves. Where are you? Are you slaves? Is anybody bothering you? Consider yourself lucky. You are here even with us. So, had it been you are in Africa, you've been practicing that you are useless voodoos and all those demonic practices they do in Africa, and you die, you go to hell. So don't say that we kill you. You see how they are conditioning the mindset of people. And you will see people, you see Onyibo buying this ideology. Self-condemnation. That you are nothing. We made you something. People that, look, I used to reiterate. Idu people, that is Igbo people, they built 13,000 kilometers of wall. Very tall. The highest in the world. And on that wall they scratched, because that was the time they writing, they were scrambling it on the wall. Technology, arithmetics, astrology, wizardry technology, witchcraft technology, all those technologies today they used to go to the moon, to the space, develop missiles. Our African ancestors have had it, but the European but when they saw all these things, they have to bring down that wall complete in order to obliterate that, to erase that write-up, so that the future generations will not know about it. You see that? And today we are helpless. They erase our history. And we are clapping for them. Whoa, they are leading us to heaven. Somebody ask, those that give you free road to heaven, but they lock their countries, various countries, with visa. They try to use Nigerian passport to apply for any European country visa. You will go through hell. But these are the people that give you straight road, free road to heaven. Can't you think, in Echekwedejichi as a human being, must this program continue working in you till when? Till you die? After you pass it to your children? No, never. It cannot happen. We must deliver ourselves from this stupidity. I am telling you honestly, because this is, when I check this, I say no, this is around stupidity. If I start querying my father, he will even become somehow embarrassed. So, my son, you know all these things I didn't know, like you. You understand me? I didn't know like you, so forgive me. We have to look for wisdom. We have to look for knowledge. That because Africans, we had knowledge. We had knowledge. We don't engage in belief. But Europeans came and turned everything around programming us to be believers. And you see, people are proud to be, I'm a believer. You don't know you are calling yourself a non-entity. I don't know nothing. That is what it means. You just believe. Why not go and seek for knowledge? That is why we don't have factories in our land. Because they program you that your help come from heaven. Your helper, it come from heaven. So you are waiting for a day the helper will come from heaven. They program you to continue believing on this fake hope. That is why no factories are there. You go to churches, people fill up. Tomorrow is church, it's Sunday. People fill up in the church in Nigeria, everywhere in our land. Pray for miracle. Instead of doing something, no, they don't look for knowledge. They believe. Oh, no, I believe. I look in I was watching, I think yesterday, where a pastor was praying. Close your eyes in a church. Now start demonstrating how you are going to be spreading money when the money will reach you, when the miracle money, when you will hit that miracle money. As they close their eyes, I saw one boy, doing, spreading but it's as if it's money. Spreading, doing anganga. It's prayer. Claim it. That is a program. You will continue like that until you die. Any day, maybe you see to the extent they program us in Nigeria, you get a job, it becomes a miracle. You go and give, because you must give a tithe. You must give tithe. Because your pastor have been telling you that your miracle will come one day. So you see getting job as miracle. Do you see how sad it is? You don't know that people have multiple choices before even if they are in first year, second year, they want to start working. They will continue start working. They have options where to work and be going to school also. But you, after your 4 years, 5 years, 6 years, 7 years, 8 years, masters, everything, you are still looking for job. You have to go to churches to start praying for miracle. That is the way you are programmed. You believe that your help will come from heaven. This program must be stopped. This is look at how this man is talking to us as black people. And black people are there. That you should even consider yourself lucky that you are here in the United States. As you see, otherwise you'll be in Africa doing your voodoo, and when you die, you go to hell. He is the creator, the owner of hell and heaven. Do you see supremacy complex? And that is what these people are suffering. Both our people in this religion. That is what they suffer. They look at you that how can I even debate with him? Don't worry, he's going to hell. Even they are the people that minimize that thing they call God. They don't know what to call Chukwokeke. They minimize it to something they can command, and they can, they don't know it's above everything. It's like a breeze you are breathing. It's above everything. It's a superiority complex. We can no longer be playing inferiority complex to them. That is why that is what we are doing now. You understand? Because we continue, dying in silence and nothing, now let us be. No, we must continue speaking up in order to liberate ourselves. You understand me? Continue.
Very old, like 60 or 70 maybe, or 80 years old. You're never even living during a time where segregation was a thing in this country. I mean, what are you crying about? Nothing even happened to you. You just...
What are you crying about? He's asking, a father chiding the grandchildren. What are you even crying about? Nothing happened to you. You are talking about slavery. Yes, are you slaves here? Consider yourselves very lucky that you are here even. You are crying about. You live with that time. So they should, the same way they tell us to forget about what happened to our ancestors. Our ancestors are evil. They tell them, no, forget about the ancestors. They are in heaven now. You're American. Consider yourself lucky. Do you see it? So don't look at your past. If you don't know your past, you will not even be, you will be confused about your future. That is it. You understand? You don't know your past, you not know where you are going to. You not know your future, your present. That is what this man, these are ideologians, I call them. They produce ideology. They cage people mentally. But it's very, very pathetic that our own people, black people, in this COG, Nigerians, Igbo people, are also doing the same to their own people. But this time, no way. On social media and practical. A time we come here, I am telling you. This wind of ideological change and rebellion and revolution that is hitting everywhere, it must touch everybody, whether you like it or not. Because in the they told us to thank them for enslaving us, that they are sending us to heaven. Do you see that arrogance? Do you see that arrogance? Continue listening. I will leave it to finish.
Making up stuff. You can't look at the facts that I was reading and just attribute that to some kind of white privilege. It's not real. Get over it. Quit having all the excuses, making up stuff. You can't look at the facts that I was reading and just attribute that to some kind of white privilege. It's not real. Get over it. Quit having all the excuses. Why don't you take some responsibility for your choices, be content with whatever situation you were born into, and make the most of it. God's not...
Be content with whatever situation you are born into. Do not complain that our great-grandfathers were enslaved, our fathers and great-grandfathers and great-grandparents were enslaved, and we are talking about it. Why are you talking about it? It's superiority complex. They are shouting them down. Stop talking about it. And all of them will shout hallelujah because he's a preacher. He is a man of God, I've said. Do you see, they produce ideology in order to cage you. You don't know what they are doing. Here we rebel. You see this wind of change. Let me finish playing it, please.
Limited to your situation, he can do above what we ask or think.
Now here's the thing. The slavers, the European slavers, they were the Dutch, the Spanish, the Portuguese, the British, the French, they employed Arab slavers to raid villages in Africa. And those men, women, and children, they were put in chains. They had ivory on their shoulders, which they had to carry all the way to the coast. It depends on which coast. If it was East Africa, they would go to the slave market, which was Zanzibar. And there, they'll be tied to the whipping post. They will be whipped, they'll be raped, and if they cried, they were thrown in the dungeon until the following week, the market day. Now, when they eventually made it into the ships, the conditions were horrific. They were taken to the Caribbean, they were taken to the Americas. And these slaves, the Europeans actually believed that it was economically cheaper to beat the slaves to death. And this is visible because most slaves died within 3 years of being taken to the plantation. They were taken to the Caribbean, they were taken to the Americas. And these slaves, the Europeans actually believed that it was economically cheaper to beat the slaves to death. And this is visible because most slaves died within 3 years of being taken to the plantation. They were taken to the Caribbean, they were taken to the Americas. And these slaves, the Europeans actually believed that it was economically cheaper to beat the slaves to death. And this is visible because most slaves died within 3 years of being taken to the plantation. They were taken to the Caribbean, they were taken to the Americas. And these slaves, the Europeans actually believed that it was economically cheaper to beat the slaves to death. And this is visible because most slaves died within 3 years of being taken to the plantation. They were taken to the Caribbean, they were taken to the Americas. And these slaves, the Europeans actually believed that it was economically cheaper to beat the slaves to death. And this is visible because most slaves died within 3 years of being taken to the plantation. They were taken to the Caribbean, they were taken to the Americas. And these slaves, the Europeans actually believed that it was economically cheaper to beat the slaves to death. And this is visible because most slaves died within 3 years of being taken to the plantation. They were taken to the Caribbean, they were taken to the Americas. And these slaves, the Europeans actually believed that it was economically cheaper to beat the slaves to death. And this is visible because most slaves died within 3 years of being taken to the plantation. They were taken to the Caribbean, they were taken to the Americas. And these slaves, the Europeans actually believed that it was economically cheaper to beat the slaves to death. And this is visible because most slaves died within 3 years of being taken to the plantation. They were taken to the Caribbean, they were taken to the Americas. And these slaves, the Europeans actually believed that it was economically cheaper to beat the slaves to death. And this is visible because most slaves died within 3 years of being taken to the plantation. They were taken to the Caribbean, they were taken to the Americas. And these slaves, the Europeans actually believed that it was economically cheaper to beat the slaves to death. And this is visible because most slaves died within 3 years of being taken to the plantation. They were taken to the Caribbean, they were taken to the Americas. And these slaves, the Europeans actually believed that it was economically cheaper to beat the slaves to death. And this is visible because most slaves died within 3 years of being taken to the plantation. They were taken to the Caribbean, they were taken to the Americas. And these slaves, the Europeans actually believed that it was economically cheaper to beat the slaves to death. And this is visible because most slaves died within 3 years of being taken to the plantation. They were taken to the Caribbean, they were taken to the Americas. And these slaves, the Europeans actually believed that it was economically cheaper to beat the slaves to death. And this is visible because most slaves died within 3 years of being taken to the plantation. They were taken to the Caribbean, they were taken to the Americas. And these slaves, the Europeans actually believed that it was economically cheaper to beat the slaves to death. And this is visible because most slaves died within 3 years of being taken to the plantation. They were taken to the Caribbean, they were taken to the Americas. And these slaves, the Europeans actually believed that it was economically cheaper to beat the slaves to death. And this is visible because most slaves died within 3 years of being taken to the plantation. They were taken to the Caribbean, they were taken to the Americas. And these slaves, the Europeans actually believed that it was economically cheaper to beat the slaves to death. And this is visible because most slaves died within 3 years of being taken to the plantation. They were taken to the Caribbean, they were taken to the Americas. And these slaves, the Europeans actually believed that it was economically cheaper to beat the slaves to death. And this is visible because most slaves died within 3 years of being taken to the plantation. They were taken to the Caribbean, they were taken to the Americas. And these slaves, the Europeans actually believed that it was economically cheaper to beat the slaves to death. And this is visible because most slaves died within 3 years of being taken to the plantation. They were taken to the Caribbean, they were taken to the Americas. And these slaves, the Europeans actually believed that it was economically cheaper to beat the slaves to death. And this is visible because most slaves died within 3 years of being taken to the plantation. They were taken to the Caribbean, they were taken to the Americas. And these slaves, the Europeans actually believed that it was economically cheaper to beat the slaves to death. And this is visible because most slaves died within 3 years of being taken to the plantation. They were taken to the Caribbean, they were taken to the Americas. And these slaves, the Europeans actually believed that it was economically cheaper to beat the slaves to death. And this is visible because most slaves died within 3 years of being taken to the plantation. They were taken to the Caribbean, they were taken to the Americas. And these slaves, the Europeans actually believed that it was economically cheaper to beat the slaves to death. And this is visible because most slaves died within 3 years of being taken to the plantation. They were taken to the Caribbean, they were taken to the Americas. And these slaves, the Europeans actually believed that it was economically cheaper to beat the slaves to death. And this is visible because most slaves died within 3 years of being taken to the plantation. They were taken to the Caribbean, they were taken to the Americas. And these slaves, the Europeans actually believed that it was economically cheaper to beat the slaves to death. And this is visible because most slaves died within 3 years of being taken to the plantation. They were taken to the Caribbean, they were taken to the Americas. And these slaves, the Europeans actually believed that it was economically cheaper to beat the slaves to death. And this is visible because most slaves died within 3 years of being taken to the plantation. They were taken to the Caribbean, they were taken to the Americas. And these slaves, the Europeans actually believed that it was economically cheaper to beat the slaves to death. And this is visible because most slaves died within 3 years of being taken to the plantation. They were taken to the Caribbean, they were taken to the Americas. And these slaves, the Europeans actually believed that it was economically cheaper to beat the slaves to death. And this is visible because most slaves died within 3 years of being taken to the plantation. They were taken to the Caribbean, they were taken to the Americas. And these slaves, the Europeans actually believed that it was economically cheaper to beat the slaves to death. And this is visible because most slaves died within 3 years of being taken to the plantation. They were taken to the Caribbean, they were taken to the Americas. And these slaves, the Europeans actually believed that it was economically cheaper to beat the slaves to death. And this is visible because most slaves died within 3 years of being taken to the plantation. They were taken to the Caribbean, they were taken to the Americas. And these slaves, the Europeans actually believed that it was economically cheaper to beat the slaves to death. And this is visible because most slaves died within 3 years of being taken to the plantation. They were taken to the Caribbean, they were taken to the Americas. And these slaves, the Europeans actually believed that it was economically cheaper to beat the slaves to death. And this is visible because most slaves died within 3 years of being taken to the plantation. They were taken to the Caribbean, they were taken to the Americas. And these slaves, the Europeans actually believed that it was economically cheaper to beat the slaves to death. And this is visible because most slaves died within 3 years of being taken to the plantation. They were taken to the Caribbean, they were taken to the Americas. And these slaves, the Europeans actually believed that it was economically cheaper to beat the slaves to death. And this is visible because most slaves died within 3 years of being taken to the plantation. They were taken to the Caribbean, they were taken to the Americas. And these slaves, the Europeans actually believed that it was economically cheaper to beat the slaves to death. And this is visible because most slaves died within 3 years of being taken to the plantation. They were taken to the Caribbean, they were taken to the Americas. And these slaves, the Europeans actually believed that it was economically cheaper to beat the slaves to death. And this is visible because most slaves died within 3 years of being taken to the plantation. They were taken to the Caribbean, they were taken to the Americas. And these slaves, the Europeans actually believed that it was economically cheaper to beat the slaves to death. And this is visible because most slaves died within 3 years of being taken to the plantation. They were taken to the Caribbean, they were taken to the Americas. And these slaves, the Europeans actually believed that it was economically cheaper to beat the slaves to death. And this is visible because most slaves died within 3 years of being taken to the plantation. They were taken to the Caribbean, they were taken to the Americas. And these slaves, the Europeans actually believed that it was economically cheaper to beat the slaves to death. And this is visible because most slaves died within 3 years of being taken to the plantation. They were taken to the Caribbean, they were taken to the Americas. And these slaves, the Europeans actually believed that it was economically cheaper to beat the slaves to death. And this is visible because most slaves died within 3 years of being taken to the plantation. They were taken to the Caribbean, they were taken to the Americas. And these slaves, the Europeans actually believed that it was economically cheaper to beat the slaves to death. And this is visible because most slaves died within 3 years of being taken to the plantation. They were taken to the Caribbean, they were taken to the Americas. And these slaves, the Europeans actually believed that it was economically cheaper to beat the slaves to death. And this is visible because most slaves died within 3 years of being taken to the plantation. They were taken to the Caribbean, they were taken to the Americas. And these slaves, the Europeans actually believed that it was economically cheaper to beat the slaves to death. And this is visible because most slaves died within 3 years of being taken to the plantation. They were taken to the Caribbean, they were taken to the Americas. And these slaves, the Europeans actually believed that it was economically cheaper to beat the slaves to death. And this is visible because most slaves died within 3 years of being taken to the plantation. They were taken to the Caribbean, they were taken to the Americas. And these slaves, the Europeans actually believed that it was economically cheaper to beat the slaves to death. And this is visible because most slaves died within 3 years of being taken to the plantation. They were taken to the Caribbean, they were taken to the Americas. And these slaves, the Europeans actually believed that it was economically cheaper to beat the slaves to death. And this is visible because most slaves died within 3 years of being taken to the plantation. They were taken to the Caribbean, they were taken to the Americas. And these slaves, the Europeans actually believed that it was economically cheaper to beat the slaves to death. And this is visible because most slaves died within 3 years of being taken to the plantation. They were taken to the Caribbean, they were taken to the Americas. And these slaves, the Europeans actually believed that it was economically cheaper to beat the slaves to death. And this is visible because most slaves died within 3 years of being taken to the plantation. They were taken to the Caribbean, they were taken to the Americas. And these slaves, the Europeans actually believed that it was economically cheaper to beat the slaves to death. And this is visible because most slaves died within 3 years of being taken to the plantation. They were taken to the Caribbean, they were taken to the Americas. And these slaves, the Europeans actually believed that it was economically cheaper to beat the slaves to death. And this is visible because most slaves died within 3 years of being taken to the plantation. They were taken to the Caribbean, they were taken to the Americas. And these slaves, the Europeans actually believed that it was economically cheaper to beat the slaves to death. And this is visible because most slaves died within 3 years of being taken to the plantation. They were taken to the Caribbean, they were taken to the Americas. And these slaves, the Europeans actually believed that it was economically cheaper to beat the slaves to death. And this is visible because most slaves died within 3 years of being taken to the plantation. They were taken to the Caribbean, they were taken to the Americas. And these slaves, the Europeans actually believed that it was economically cheaper to beat the slaves to death. And this is visible because most slaves died within 3 years of being taken to the plantation. They were taken to the Caribbean, they were taken to the Americas. And these slaves, the Europeans actually believed that it was economically cheaper to beat the slaves to death. And this is visible because most slaves died within 3 years of being taken to the plantation. They were taken to the Caribbean, they were taken to the Americas. And these slaves, the Europeans actually believed that it was economically cheaper to beat the slaves to death. And this is visible because most slaves died within 3 years of being taken to the plantation. They were taken to the Caribbean, they were taken to the Americas. And these slaves, the Europeans actually believed that it was economically cheaper to beat the slaves to death. And this is visible because most slaves died within 3 years of being taken to the plantation. They were taken to the Caribbean, they were taken to the Americas. And these slaves, the Europeans actually believed that it was economically cheaper to beat the slaves to death. And this is visible because most slaves died within 3 years of being taken to the plantation. They were taken to the Caribbean, they were taken to the Americas. And these slaves, the Europeans actually believed that it was economically cheaper to beat the slaves to death. And this is visible because most slaves died within 3 years of being taken to the plantation. They were taken to the Caribbean, they were taken to the Americas. And these slaves, the Europeans actually believed that it was economically cheaper to beat the slaves to death. And this is visible because most slaves died within 3 years of being taken to the plantation. They were taken to the Caribbean, they were taken to the Americas. And these slaves, the Europeans actually believed that it was economically cheaper to beat the slaves to death. And this is visible because most slaves died within 3 years of being taken to the plantation.
even better than today. Are you seeing it? And people are walking happily as if nothing is happening. They don't care. No electricity in 21st century, they don't care. They don't care. The clergymen are in one place, another side, giving them sedatives. That all will be okay. That your problem is a demon. Is the devil. Is the demon. Pursue him. Cast him. In 100 days fasting. Cast him away. And the people are following this primitive way of reasoning. Something that Europeans run away from. You are following it. We will never tolerate this type of idiocy in Biafra land. That is why we are sanitizing our brains. Whether you like it or not. We must make sure that we sanitize our brains in order to enter into our country. Because with this dirty and compromised brain and of primitivity, superstition,